we left. Who else does not have chapter 4 notes? Okay. I don't know what to tell you, DLs. Um, huh? Okay. DLs, I guess, just looks like my mic's showing that I'm working. Hopefully it's coming through. Um, we're going to take a quiz right now, but I guess if it goes down, the PowerPoint should be up on the screen, so at least you'll be able to follow along that way. You just won't hear me talk. So hopefully we can get you through this hour at least and get this all figured out, okay? Okay, we're going to take this moment by moment today. Okay, let me get it up on the screen. Lesson 50. So since you've done 49, that means that you were given the assignment somehow of what to read, or you have it in your notes there anyway. So here we go. Take out a piece of paper, and we have a quiz, a 12-question quiz. So do it as quickly as possible. I'm going to give you 5 minutes max to do this. Okay? So we can at least have some class today. And for those that don't have their notes, take out a piece of paper, mark down numbers 1 answer, 2 answer, whatever. Okay? And that way you can transfer it onto the notes when you get them. Okay? And that way we don't have to do a lot of backtracking. Okay? If you haven't read it, like I said, these quizzes are for extra credit, so do the best you can. 5 minutes. Here we go. Cody.
Mr. Moore was saying something about a research project or something like that.
Well, don't worry about it. Okay, there's your quiz. Shh. There's your quiz. Okay, DLs, just somehow give me, when we're done, your, the amount that you got correct. And then we'll take care of that at that point, okay? So just let me know. Cody, do the quiz and stop, please. Looks like we're getting the volume, but when he left he said everything looks like it's working, so, and they're saying that they can hear me now, so I don't know.
I give up.
Yep.
I think it's working or how?
Okay. While you're taking this quiz, before the break, we had a test that some of you did not turn in. And due to the situation that we were all involved with, I'm extending that turn-in time. You're not being held accountable for it if it's not turned in yet. But it will be coming, it will be coming against you here in a little bit. So make sure that if you did not turn in test 3, okay, that you get those turned in. And right now, I've got a stack of papers that I have to go through, so your names may be in here. But right now, Micah, you need to get that done. Jezreel, Jaden, Emma, and John. I don't have a grade for you along with Mia, so make sure that you get those into me, okay? So that we can get you that grade, get it scored and everything, okay? Just turn it into the box when you are finished, okay? Okay, just a minute or two left. Okay. Okay, 5 minutes is up. So what you got done is what you get graded on. Okay? Is what you get extra credit for. Okay, so here's your answers. Is it there? Hang on. Hold on. Just, guys, stop for a minute. Because it's, hang on. I gotta do it. The class isn't getting it. So let me go to teacher only, see if I can correct this. And then teacher screen. Okay, there we go. I had to get it on the screen for the DLs. I have a lot of catch up to do. I just felt like I couldn't do anything for 2 weeks. So I have a lot of catch up to do. And so it's going to take a little bit to get that done, get it caught up. Shh. If you have makeup that you need to get caught up with, please get it done. But bear with me. I'll get it done. We'll get all caught up again. And, okay. What? Did you not get him back? Maybe that's part of this. That's probably what this stack is then. Nope. Nope. I got to make sure I'm good on them. Okay. So, okay. But thank you for that reminder. Okay. So here we go. What is today? The 7th. Okay. So this will go for 4-2. Micah? Plus 10? Erica's not here. Cody? How many did you get right?
I got 10 right.
Shh, guys, Jasmine. Jasmine. I'm asking about the quiz, guys. Come on. Natalie. Destiny.
7.
Chase is not here. Yeah, Chase. Ariana. Quiet. Hey. Ariana. Ariana, I'll get that later. Aaron's, I'll get that later. Cheyenne, I'll get later. Bella. 7. Jose, I'll get later. Jason. 9. 10. Jezreel, I'll get later. Jaden. Emma. 9. 10. John's not here. I'll get him later. Hudson's not here. I'll get him later. Emily. Nico. Mia, I'll get later. Tyler. 10. Eliana. 7. Okay. Kayla. 8. Okay. Joey.
I did nothing.
You didn't do these? Okay.
I just read because you told me to write the answer, like the question, and then answer.
Not on the quiz. I'm at the notes.
Oh,
So you didn't do the quiz?
I thought you told me not to.
Sorry. Okay. My bad. Okay. Oh, let's see what we can get done. Okay. What are the gentle sloping coasts covered by sand and pebbles? Okay, beaches. What are the narrow sandy islands that lies off the coast of the mainland? Barrier Islands. What are the high ridges of rocks and lands that project out into the sea along a deep water shoreline? Promontories. What's the vertical face of a rock left behind when the crashing waves gradually erode the rock at the base of the promontory? Sea cliff. What is the what's the indentation that forms along a rocky coast from the erosion of softer rocks by the waves? Sea caves. What are the narrow formations of rock that arches out into the water from the coast? Okay. What are the isolated columns of rock that form when a sea arch collapses? Okay. Okay, ice, wind, and wasting. Here we go. Now, Joey, this is where you put your notes. This is what you write down. Okay. So write down, like categories maybe, and then 1, 2, and the answer, whatever. Okay. So you know how to put it. Okay. Erosion by glaciers. Well, what is a glacier? Okay. A glacier is a thick layer of sheet ice sheet that slowly moves under its own weight. Okay? Has anybody ever seen a glacier? Okay. Have you ever seen the glacier move?
Yes. You poke out. On the Titanic.
Did you raise your hand to see it? Then be quiet. Jasmine, Nico, did you see that glacier move? Okay. Now I'm not talking about the glacier collapsing. Okay, that's not movement, that's something else. That's erosion. But did you see the glacier move? Okay. And that's the reason. They do move, and the key word here is slowly. Okay? They are a big sheet of ice that is just floating on the water. Okay? And because it's so heavy, the currents aren't pushing it like a normal. Okay? Obviously, the smaller the sheet, the faster it's going to be pushed. Okay? Number 2, there's 2 major types of glaciers. First, you got what's called the continental glaciers. Okay? These are vast sheets of glacial ice that cover immense areas of relatively flat land. Okay? Now, keep in mind, the answer is in the question. Okay? Continental glaciers are glaciers on land. Continent. Okay? Keep the perspective going. We'll say, well, how can that happen? Well, it's water that has gotten in, moisture that's gotten into these crevices and has totally frozen and is just basically sitting on top of dirt. Okay? And with that, you can see this is a lot easier to see movement of a glacier that goes on. There's 2 major kinds of glacial or continental glaciers. One covers the continent of Antarctica, and the other covers most of Greenland.
So Antarctica is just a giant glacier.
Mm-hmm.
Conspiracy theories confirmed.
Continental glaciers have what's called ice caps. These are ice sheets smaller than the continental glacier. Okay? Yes, ma'am. There wasn't anything in there, really. Yeah. Ice caps. Okay, so those are continental glaciers. Your second type of glacier is what's called the valley glacier. Okay? The valley glacier, or also called the alpine glaciers, they are highland glaciers that are rivers of ice that slowly flow down from mountain regions into the valleys. Okay? So again, the answer is in the question. The answer is in the statement. They slowly flow down from mountains into the valleys. That's going to be a valley glacier. Okay? So, we've been talking about this. The movement of glaciers. They move too slow. They move too slowly at a glance. Okay? What's the best way to see something that is moving so slow, but yet you know it's moving? Is that true? Okay. Jasmine, your answer is partly correct. Okay. Emma?
You want to actually, you could just put, you could either use a camera to videotape it and speed it up, or you could just look at one spot and then see where it is, and then a little bit later see where it is later.
Okay. So what you're saying is this: I'm looking at this spot on the glacier, and then 5 minutes later, however the glacier moved from that spot. Okay, that's true. That's true. But if you want to know right away if you can tell something's moving, okay? What happens when you look directly at something? You start focusing on one little thing, and pretty soon it's harder to see something if you're focusing directly at something. So if you want to see something like a glacier move that's moving so slowly that you can't normally see it, the best thing to do is just look, use your peripheral vision to some extent. Look just to the side of that object, okay? And that object you'll be able to see if it's moving or not, okay? But anyway, that's just a side note. But they do move too slowly to be seen. Most glaciers move less than 1 foot per day. Okay? Do you need to ask that question? The fastest glaciers, okay? The fastest glacier ever observed moved about 3.1 inches per minute, or about 367 feet per day. Okay? That's the fastest one. Okay? You would never get anything done if you moved this fast or slow. Now, on land, here's after effects that you see that you can tell that a glacier has moved. It's what's called crevices. These are deep cracks that developed at the surface of a glacier. Okay? Now, I was thinking about something else here, but this ties into what I was thinking. These cracks are being formed because the glacier is moving. Okay? And it's moving slow enough to where it's causing that friction in the ice for the cracks to develop. Okay? Or the crevices. But these crevices can be very devastating. They can be very dangerous. You see where the people are walking around it. Some people, picture on the bottom, second one on the bottom left, they're trying to go across that crevice. Many people have died because they have slipped and fallen in those. They are sometimes very deep, guys. Very deep to where you can't even see the bottom of them. Okay? So, anyway, that's the cracks in the ice, and they're called the crevices. Okay? Okay. We're going to stop there today, and we'll pick up this tomorrow. Number 4 of the effects of glaciers, okay? DL, thank you for all your comments, okay? Just let me know on your quiz what you got correct, and that way I can give you credit for it accordingly, okay? Somehow give it to me, send it to me, whatever I need to. Okay? Okay, right now it's 10 o'clock, class, so you are through. DLs, it's good to be back with you, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good day.
having technical. Hello? Okay, hopefully that works. Okay, so star on page number 82 in your literature books. John Willard Peterson, he's an author to know. You should have starred metaphor. Star metaphor, that's on page number, how do I turn this on again? Right here. Okay, that's on page number 81. That's in part unit 3, but I do want you to know what a metaphor is because we see that kind of on page 82. Okay, so page 82, I want you to highlight John W. Peterson. Okay, the theme of this is a Christian's humble cry for the knowledge and understanding that only comes from God. Okay. Just cry for a humble cry. Okay, the humble or humility is the key word. Okay, you guys should be writing this down in your book. We're on page 82, Joey. Page 82. Okay. A Christian's humble cry, humility is the key word for the knowledge and understanding that only comes from God. That's the work that we can read or learn from a student's prayer, or a theme that we can learn from student's prayer. Okay. Four-ring circus, I want you to know on page 83, the point of view, okay? The point of view is the method of presenting the reader with the material of the story. It's the perspective from which the story is told, okay? So who was telling the story in the four-ring circus? Who remembers? Joey? The team manager. Good. Okay. So they ended up winning the game. Good. That was the end of the story, four-ring circus. Okay. The line to know from the four-ring circus is page 86. That's Slap Happy out for a picnic brand of basketball. Fitted them the way maple syrup fits a waffle. Okay, that's the line to know from this work. That's on page 86. It's at the bottom of the first paragraph on the left-hand side on page 86 if you just want to star that in your notes. Okay. So, that's on page 86. That's a line to know from the four-ring circus. That Slap Happy out for a picnic brand of basketball fitted them the way maple syrup fits a waffle. And obviously this was referring to the way that they played basketball. They played it crazily, okay? But it worked for them, okay? Obviously that's not the way that I would want my team to play, but that's what worked for them, okay? Then in the next story, I want you to know the last lesson. You don't have to know the author, but I do want you to know a line from page 93. I have time enough, I will learn tomorrow. Okay? And remember, the last lesson was the one where we went over this online. This was the one where he was thinking about ditching school, but then he was like, I already ditched so much that I need to go to school. And then it ended up being the very last lesson ever in French, because the next day the Germans were taking over and their freedoms were being taken away. So the theme of this work was doing your best in all things. And then one of the things that we can also learn is you never know how much time you have until it's gone. Okay, so just doing your best, that's one of the things that we can learn from the last lesson. The line to know, I have time enough, I will learn tomorrow. And that just kind of teaches us not to put the important things off. It kind of teaches us to prioritize those important things, okay, like learning. Obviously, you guys don't have very many, responsibilities like paying the bills or working or whatever, but as a student, you do have a responsibility to learn, okay? So that is your responsibility, all right? That was from the last lesson. Okay, we did have a reading quiz over My Struggle for an Education, but Booker T. Washington on page 95 is a line to know, or an author to know. Okay, I want you to star Booker T. Washington. Okay, and then we'll go over the story once I receive, hold on. Hello, hello. I don't. Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully this works. Hello, hello. Hello. Hopefully that's better. Okay, so I'm not going to go over the reading quiz yet. For those of you who are in distance learning, I need you to send that in to me through my email, your vocabulary homework and your reading quiz. But from Booker T. Washington, I want you to highlight the author, Booker T. Washington. Okay. The theme of this work, hold on, where's my mouse? I don't know where my mouse is. Oh, there it is. Okay. The theme from this work is a determination to succeed. Okay. Determination to succeed. All right. And then a line to know is on page 98. The adjoining recitation room needs sweeping. Take the broom and sweep it. Okay. And if you read this work, that would make sense to you. Okay. Obviously, the title is My Struggle for an Education. Okay. But like I said, we will go over this when I get all the homework turned in. So those of you on distance learning, please send it to my email, your reading quiz, and then your vocabulary homework. Okay. So a line to know is the adjoining recitation room needs sweeping. Take the broom and sweep it. And obviously this was talking about the way he was trying to get into school. Okay. This was Booker T. Washington. All right. Everyone turn to Hiawatha's Childhood on page 100 once you're done starring these in your notes. Joey, do you have these written down? Or start in your notes. Okay, face forward. Your chair as well. Straighten out your chair all the way. Good. Okay. On page 100. So for those of you who are done with these notes, go ahead and turn the page. Okay. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow is an author to know. Most more famous authors. Okay, but Henry Wadsworth Longfellow is an author to know. Okay, and his biography was on page 103. Go ahead and turn to page 103 real quick. Okay, we'll read about him. During his lifetime, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was America's most popular poet. He was raised in Maine, where his home was a gathering place for writers of his day. Other poems, okay? I don't know if you guys heard that hymn or that Christmas carol. I heard the bells on Christmas Day. That's actually written by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. He kind of wrote a lot of things that people still quote or sing or even say or remember today. So Henry Wadsworth Longfellow is an author to know. He wrote in this book, in this work, Hiawatha's Childhood, okay? And I wanted you guys to read this, but if you did not, it's okay. It's just a poem that kind of shows things and elements, okay? So who remembers what personification is? In your own words, what does personification mean? Emma? Good. You're giving human-like characteristics. Girls, please stop talking. You're giving human-like characteristics to things or animals, okay? So you're talking about them like they can do human things, like sing, okay? We kind of see this throughout Hiawatha's Childhood, or, you laugh, okay? So we see elements of personification within the Song of Hiawatha, or Hiawatha's Childhood, okay? So just kind of the background to this, Longfellow wrote the Song of Hiawatha, which includes Hiawatha's Childhood, the poem that you read today, or that you read, because he was impressed by the folklore, traditions, and legends of Native American people. In the introduction to this epic, he wrote, "Ye who love a nation's legends love the ballads of the people that like voices from far." He's basically praising the culture of Native Americans, and he kind of wrote this as a tribute to them. Look at the intro paragraph in the shaded box on page 100. Okay, the myths and legends of numerous Native American tribes, but especially those of the Ojibwa, I probably butchered that really badly, Indians of the Great Lakes region. They provided the material for the epic poem, The Song of Hiawatha. Okay, so Longfellow based his work on Henry Schoolraft's The Myth of Hiawatha, which was researched largely by Schoolraft's, there's that name again, relatives. In the following portion of this poem, the hero, Hiawatha, is taught about his surroundings by his grandmother, Nokomis. Okay, so this is kind of a poem that kind of flows, okay? So it's like, by the shores of Gitche Gumee, by the shining Big Sea water, stood the wigwam of Nokomis. That was his grandmother's name. Daughter of the moon Nokomis, dark behind it rose the forest, rose the black and gloomy pine trees, rose the firs with cones upon them. Bright before it beat the water, beat the clear and sunny water, beat the shining Big Sea water. So it's kind of like a song. That's why it's called The Song of Hiawatha. So throughout this work, it's a pretty easy read, okay? So it's basically talking about Nokomis teaching Hiawatha all the things that the Indians would teach their children. So the elements of the animals and the names of the animals that they use. He also learned about the different elements and then the different natural occurrences. Okay, so if you guys look in line number 20, okay, or not line, in stanza number 20, he says, "Who is this that lights the wigwam? With his great eyes lights the wigwam. EYA, my little owlet." She's basically talking to him. And then it says, she tells him of the stars that shine in heaven. That's line number 24. She showed him the Ishkuda, the comet, Ishkuda with fiery tresses. So comets at the in the nighttime. She saw or taught him all the frosty nights of winter. Showed the broad white road in heaven. So the sky. If you guys look on page number 101, this is where she teaches him the names of animals in their languages. Okay. So she sees the firefly, Wawatesi, flitting through the dusk of evening. Then she says, saw the moon rise from the water. Okay, and then if you guys read in line number 60 or 59 about the moon, and she kind of gives him a legend of the moon. She says, once a warrior, very angry, seized his grandmother and threw her up into the night or into the sky at midnight. Right against the moon he threw her, 'tis her body you see there. That story that Native Americans. Yeah, look in line number 64. Saw the and laughing in the forest. Education there. Obviously, animals are not people. They do hoot, or that's their sound, and they don't laugh. But that's kind of what he was like. That's personification there. Okay? And then you guys read on in lines number 81. Then the little Hiawatha learned of every bird, its language, learned their names and all their secrets, how they built their nest in the summer and where they hid themselves in the winter, talked with them whenever he met them. So if you guys turn the page at the very top on page 102, go ahead and turn the page. Of all the beasts, he learned the language, he learned their names and all their secrets, how the beavers built their lodges, where the squirrels hid their acorns, how the reindeer ran so swiftly, where the rabbits were so timid. Okay, he learned about all of those animals. He named them Hiawatha's brother. Okay, then later on in the work, he's basically growing up. The Iagu, the great boaster or the storyteller of the tribe, basically gave him a bow and arrow, and then he had to go and hunt the red deer. Okay, So he's hunting the red deer, and it's kind of weird. All of these animals are saying, don't shoot us, don't shoot us, don't shoot us. So the birds, they say, don't shoot us. Then the squirrel, it says, do not shoot me, Hiawatha. And then all of these animals were saying, don't shoot us. But then he ended up shooting the red deer, okay? And that's the story of Hiawatha's childhood, okay? So on page number 98, I want you to know, or not 98, 102, the singing fatal arrow, like a wasp, it buzzed and stung him. That's in lines number 155, okay? This was basically talking about him shooting the red deer, okay? Line 155 and 156. The singing fatal arrow, like a wasp, it buzzed and stung him, okay? The theme of this is basically showing the relationship between man and nature. Joey, what did I say? Okay? If you face that way again, I'm moving you. And that's going to be your seat from now on. Okay? All right. The singing fatal arrow, like a wasp, it buzzed and stung him. That is the line to know from Hiawatha's childhood on page 102. Okay? Tonight for homework, go ahead and read or start reading pages 104 through 106. Okay? Start reading that, 104 to 106, okay? Does everyone have this written down? Start in your notes, underlined. It's okay if you don't have it written down. You can just highlight it in your book. Okay, it's line 155 and 156 on page 102. Okay? So tonight for homework, go ahead and read 104 to 106. 104 to 106. Okay. And I promise you guys, you do want to read this story because there may or may not be a reading quiz. So 104 to 106, okay? 104 to 106. Okay, go ahead and put those away. I'll write that on the board after class. 104 to 106. All right, everyone go ahead and put your literature books away and take out your vocabulary. Kayla, I know you don't have vocabulary, so I'll make you a list. Oh, you do have your vocabulary book? Oh, good. Okay, who told me that they didn't have their vocabulary book? Interesting. Okay. Tyler, go ahead and sit up. Tyler, do you have that printed page that I told you, or that I sent your mom? Did you print it out? Okay, so were you able to do your homework though? Okay. All right. Because we were supposed to have our quiz tomorrow over quiz number 8, but we'll take that on Thursday. Okay? We'll take that on Thursday. You guys hear that? Our vocab quiz was moved from tomorrow to Thursday. Okay? But that gives you less time to study for quiz 9. So already start working on quiz 9. List number 9, I mean, but we need to do our quiz on Thursday rather than tomorrow, okay? But we still need to work on or start writing quiz number 9. But do study list number 8 for those of you who don't have your book or now have your book. I'll make you a copy, Joey, today, and then we'll have that quiz on Thursday. Yes, Cody. Possibly, okay? Because we'll probably review for our grammar test on Wednesday, because Wednesday is our grammar test. So we'll review tomorrow for our test on Wednesday, okay? Everyone go to list number 8, okay? So you should have written all of these twice, and turn that into me. All right, so I'm going to read the vocabulary word. I want you to read the definition, okay? All right, page 24. Everyone follow along. Book. So it should be open already. Okay? Okay, everyone should be following along. Okay, that was a little weak. One more time. What does certitude mean? Assurance, sureness. Honorableness. what does indispensable indulgent mean? Lenient. Lateral. Sideways, sorry. What is number 6? Pliable. Everyone should be reading out loud, okay? Okay, number 7. Does it mean to scour? Oh, number 8. Violent. Inferior in rank is veneer. Good. A thin layer over a less valuable material. Okay? How do I spell hatcheries? Who can raise their hand and tell me without looking? Hatcheries. Bella? Good. E-R-I-E-S. Remember, this is the rule whether you're changing a Y to an I. Okay? Y to an I. Cody, how do I spell carrier without looking? Good. C-A-R-R-I-E-R. What's your question? I don't think so. Okay. How do I spell? It's really annoying. How do I spell accompanied? Kayla, you want to spell accompanied for me? No? Okay. Ari, do you want to spell accompanied for me? Accompanied, okay? What's the last three? I-E-D. Good, okay? Accompanied, A-C-C-O-M-P-A-N-I-E-D, okay? Likelihood, how do I spell likelihood, Nico? Likelihood. Okay, how do I spell like? Lihood. Good, okay? Change the Y to an I, all right? How do I spell salaries? Erica, not Erica, Natalie, sorry. A-R, okay? Salaries, good, okay? S-A-L-A-R-I-E-S. How do I spell trolleys? Jason? Not I-E-S, okay? Make sure you look at the words that are exceptions to the rule, not exceptions, but don't change the Y to an I. Notice how the word trolleys, okay, is spelled with an E-Y. Same thing with valleys, okay? The reason why, and chimneys, the reason why we're not changing the Y to an I is because our rule is if there's a vowel before the Y, you keep the Y, okay? So in chimneys, N-E-Y, because there's the letter E before the Y, you don't change it. Same thing with trolleys and valleys, okay? Make sure you guys remember that rule. So continue studying those. Your quiz will be on Thursday, okay? Quiz on Thursday. Go ahead and put those away. Take out your grammar books. We have a few more minutes left. Okay? A few more minutes left. Yes, give me 1 second. Okay, everyone should turn to page What was our homework page? Exercise E, right? Page 69 on 69 and 70, exercise E in the review, and then page number 70. Good. Okay. Page 75 and 76, exercise E. Okay, this was practicing punctuation, not punctuation, subjects and verbs. Okay, so let's look at this. This one is probably what we're strongest in, is our subjects and verbs. Okay, so let's go over subject and verbs. Okay, what do you have for number 1? Do you guys have exercise E done? Okay, well, it should be done. All right. Oh, it was exercise C that carried on 68 and 69. Same thing with 75. Okay, let's do exercise C, punctuation. Okay, what did I do in number 1? Cody, what is my punctuation in exercise C on number 1? Good. Okay. What's the punctuation on the end? What's the end mark? Good. It is a period. Okay. The one thing that you're missing though is a colon. Okay. It's after class. Okay. Because it's kind of announcing what she said. Okay. She said, Mrs. Hoyle announced to the class. Colon. And then this is what she said. Good job on the quotation marks. Okay. Number 2. Who has number 2? Emma? Okay, who has number 2? We'll have questions after, okay? Yes, Natalie. What's number 2? Okay, are there any quotation marks? Because he once said the following. Good, before opportunity and after work, okay? Number 3, Kylie, Lillian's younger sister, Lisa, and Robert. These students will be honored in the next assembly for their outstanding academic achievements. Who has that one? Micah, do you have that one? Just go ahead and say what you have. Good, there is a period on the end, but notice how there's a lot of commas in that sentence, okay? So, our rule for a lot of commas is to put semicolons in between a list of series, okay? So, number 1 or number 3 would be this. Kylie, comma, Lillian's, there's an apostrophe in Lillian's, younger sister, semicolon, Lisa, semicolon, and Robert, there's a dash after Robert, okay? These students will be honored in the next assembly. Okay, who has number 4? Number 4? Jaden, what's number 4? The FBI conducted a manhunt for the escaped fugitives, said the news anchorman. Okay. What do I do around something someone said? Who can help her out? Class? Quotation marks. Okay, so quotation before the, quotations after fugitive. There is a comma after fugitives. Okay, make sure you study that rule. All right, Jaden? Okay, and then number 5, the multicolored scarf is the perfect gift for my mother. Okay, class, what did I have there? What was that? Okay, good. Not a dash, but it would be a hyphen. Okay, dashes are the ones that break break, like the longer ones, hyphens are the ones that connect words, okay? So that would be a hyphen and a period on the end, okay? All right. We already did Mrs. Griffin, okay, or Mrs. Hoyle. That's kind of the same one, number 1. So let's do number 3 in exercise C on page 75 for the blue book, okay? NASA's report stated that the lunar rover, this was the best, what? Oh, I know why. Okay. NASA's report stated that the lunar rover, this was the battery, was able to maneuver over 17 miles, 27 kilometers of the moon's surface. Okay, so the reason why it didn't make any sense is because there's some inserts from the person there. Okay, so what do I do to random? Why? Okay, who can help her out? Jasmine? What would I do with middle names B and R? Are they just floating there? Good. Period after B, period after R. Was able to maneuver over 17 miles. Okay, what do I do to the word 27 kilometers? Who knows? Bella? Good. Dash between miles and 20, and then after kilometers. Okay? Of the moon's surface. What do I do to the word moons? Someone besides Bella. Jason, what do I do to the word moons? An apostrophe after the N. What, Ari, and then what's the punctuation at the end? Good, a period, okay? Then the last one, number 4. Dr. Johnson, the guest evangelist from Washington, D.C., quoted from an article in the New York Times, numerality. Then he quoted 1 Peter 4:17 from God's word, what shall the end of them be that obey not the gospel of God? Okay, Bella, I'm going to give this one to you, okay? Okay, what do I do first to the New York Times? Good, I would underline it because it's the title of a newspaper. Then what did you ask about the numerality? Quotation marks, because quotation marks indicate articles. Continue on. Good. A question mark. Okay, this one is kind of confusing, so listen well, okay? So Dr. Period Johnson, then I would put comma. The guest evangelist from two sets of or one set of quotation marks. Okay, so there's a quotation mark after a question mark. Okay, does that make sense? Any questions on that one? That one was a little confusing, but this kind of just shows you that you need to, okay? This kind of shows you that you need to evaluate every single word of the sentence, okay? So we'll practice that a little bit more in exercise D, okay? So do exercise D for homework tonight, okay? Exercise D, page 69 in the green book, page number 76 in the blue book, okay? All right.
go. Who put it up here now? All right. There we go. All right, welcome to Pre-Algebra. We are on page 125 of our textbooks. We're still talking about 3.6 Introduction to Algebra, and so we're discussing several concepts that we need as we get into this, so just kind of in the way of review. Remember, algebra is a branch of mathematics that uses letters and other symbols to represent unknown numbers. In other words, we're just now giving a name to the box. Okay, that's all we're doing. Okay? Variables are used to represent unknown numbers, but obviously we can no longer use the times sign because then is that 3 times x? Is that 3xx? We don't know. Is that 3x times for some bizarre, strange reason? Like, we need to be able to do that. If it's an unchanging value, for example, the number 3, that is considered a constant. Be great if my keyboard worked. All right, so because of the multiplication thing, now we have to use raised dot, parentheses, or side by side. You will often see the raised dot in a textbook or in a test because it's very easy to make it clear whether you mean multiplication or decimal. Hi, please focus up here on what's happening, not your water bottle. Okay? Now, however, I advise avoiding this. There we go, that's the word I'm trying to say. Because it can lead to accidental decimals. Okay, I speak from experience. It's extremely frustrating, extremely annoying, and trust me when I say you don't want to do that to yourself. Okay? So a lot of the things I teach you guys are ways to avoid stupid math mistakes that I've made. All right, so that's what I'm trying to do here. So either use parentheses or obviously whenever possible, side by side. I will try to stop shocking the cart. That's what's happening, is I'm becoming the ground. Yeah, yay DC circuits. All right, anyway. So parentheses or side by side. Parentheses we often use if we're using numbers, side by side if we're using letters. Okay? Yeah, that's basically it. All right, so why is my keyboard like not doing the thing? Okay, fine, be that way. All right, division is expressed either, it can be still expressed with the division symbol. That one's actually not as dramatic. Although that, notice again, that's just a shorthand for a fraction. The 2 dots are the top and bottom. Anyway, so we typically represent them as fractions. Again, variable in the numerator is a great idea because then it can't accidentally make its way into the denominator. Again, I speak from experience. When your handwriting gets sloppy enough, weird things happen. All right, algebraic expression, generic term for a math statement using variables. Factors are anything being multiplied and a numerical coefficient is a constant in front of a variable. I know I'm going through this quick, but you all already saw this on Friday. Well, if you tuned in and did what you're supposed to, yes. All right, so big number in front called coefficient, small number at the top right called an exponent. We see the difference. Cool, because there are some people in the higher grades who still don't understand the difference between the words, and I don't know why. All right. No. All right, so, I'm sorry, went for honesty there. All right, so notice that with x squared y, again, what would the coefficient be in that case? Of this value? 1, good. If there's nothing, it's a 1. If there's nothing, it's a 1. Keep in mind, repeated addition is shown with a coefficient, repeated multiplication is shown with an exponent. That's the difference, okay? And then, of course, anything to the first power is itself. Anything to the 0th power is 1. It's weird. I know. I'm aware. Deal with it. All right. Simplification, obviously, if there's math we can actually do, we do it. So 6 times 5, 30, done. All right. We put things in alphabetical order. So you notice I moved b up. There were 2 b's, so I was able to do b squared. Okay, does that make sense? And then I just brought down c. And the next one then, 6, stop it, gets distributed to everything inside the parentheses, so you get 6x plus 18, 6 times 3. All right, good? All right, I'm not going to go through all the examples again, but these are your rules of simplification. That is on the top of page 124. All right, and keep in mind, constant term is something without a variable. Variable term is something with a variable, okay? And if you're like, that's a little on the nose, yes, it is. Mathematicians are not the most inventive at naming. It's a good thing. All right, then finally, 3 types of polynomials that we've learned about so far are monomials, binomials, and trinomials. Monomial means how many terms? 1, mono, hence the name. Binomial means how many terms? 2, hence the prefix bi. Trinomials means how many? 3, no, just 3. Poly means many, so anything after that is just considered polynomial, okay? Quadrinomials don't exist because after, like, that one's kind of easy to say, but then after that, like, who cares? All right, so make sure that we are focusing on our own desks and our own work. Thank you. And let's get on to the new material then. Whoops, that's an example. Here we go. Like versus unlike. Okay. Here's the rule for something to be like terms. It must have the same letters with the same exponents. Let me explain. Okay, before I even get to the slide, let me explain. Okay, blank screen. These are not like terms. You're like, they have the same letters. X is not squared in the second one. You have to have the same letters, the same exponents. Okay, there's a reason for that. Because what's happening there, as you look at this, is that, all right, what's happening there is you have a value being squared or not being squared. Okay, that's very different. If x is 3, well, in the first term, that x squared is 9. In the second term, you have 3. 3 and 9 are not the same number. Okay, does that make sense? So that's why they become unlike terms. So let's talk about the rules for like and unlike. If we have 5x and negative 9x in this case, we have the same variables. They both have x. Okay, the number in front, not important. This table is also on the top of page 125. I know this is a bit small. Yes?
For that last problem, x squared,
That's not actually a problem. That's just two things I scribbled out.
because I'm like, how do we solve
You don't. That was a real fast scribble example. All right, so we have 5x and negative 9x, okay? Those have the same variables, same exponents, they're fine. Notice I nowhere said same coefficients, okay? Now you're gonna see why like terms is important here in just a minute, but for now, just learn when they are or not. In contrast, let's look at 3x and 5. Well, those don't have the same variables. 5 doesn't have any variables in it at all. So they're not the same exponents, obviously, in addition to that, but these are not like terms. All right, w squared, same variables, same exponent, these are like terms. 4y and 7y, same exponent, same variables. I know I said that backwards, but you get my point. Okay. Here, 8w and negative 3w squared, same variables, but wrong exponents. Okay, so not the same thing. 6x squared and 6y squared, not the same variables, immediately unlike terms. Okay, do you guys see the difference? Good, because here's why we need it. Oh, sure, now it works. All right, we can combine like terms. That's why I had the blank screen. We can combine like terms. So what we can do is we can go through, if I have 4y plus 7y, well, that's going to be simply 11y. You can just add it together. That's not a problem. Okay, but the variables have to be identical. The exponents have to be identical. And notice my exponent did not change. You cannot change an exponent over addition or subtraction. It's impossible. Don't do it. Hi. Why? What do you mean why?
Because we had 4 and 7, right? So
Yeah.
why wouldn't we have y?
Because we're saying we have 4 y's, and then we have 7 y's, so now we have 11 y's. If you just change y to apple, it makes more sense, right? Yeah, why not? Physical thing. No, I'm lactose intolerant. Ew. All right. Yes, it's actually a problem. Okay. It's also this month, but anyway, we're moving on. Anyway, the 30th. Anyway, moving on. Guys. Yeah, close enough. All right. Anyway, so if I just change this to apples, 4 apples plus 7 apples equals 11 apples. So that's not a problem. Same thing with y.
So we're basically saying there is 11 y,
Yes.
not 11 y.
It's the same thing. Same thing. Okay, let's say y is 3 for just a minute. Okay, what is multiplication? Repeated addition. Thank you. Someone was paying attention yesterday or Friday. Guys, listen. It's repeated addition. So if I have 4 y's, so y plus y plus y plus y, plus 7 y's, so plus y 7 more times, there's 11 y's there.
Yeah.
Okay. You need to see this written out. I can tell. Okay. So we have y plus y plus y plus y plus y. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make sure we're not talking, because then this will make a whole lot more sense to you. 5, 6, 7. If I count that up, now you're going to stop being a distraction, and you're going to focus on the work. Thank you. Okay, that's 1. There's 11. By definition of multiplication. That's the long answer of why this works. Why? Okay, I'm done. Sorry. You good? All right. Same idea happens. I'm going to stop writing it out longhand. But the same idea happens here with negative 5x plus 7x. Okay, we have like terms. They're both x's, right? Okay, so I can ignore the x for the math real quick. Okay, I'm going to bring it back in, don't worry. All right, so I have negative 5 plus 7, that gives me? Yes, positive 2, and I still have x, because if I take 7 x's and subtract 5 x's out, I'm left with 2 x's. All right, same idea happens. If I have negative 10a plus negative 14a, okay, do I have the same letters, same exponents? Yes. Okay, that means I can simplify. So I'm going to ignore the a for now. Negative 10 plus negative 14 is? Negative 24. Thank you. That's only a multiplication or a division. Okay, so negative 24 and a. Don't forget the a. All right, good? Now, we can use this to simplify longer expressions by combining like terms. For example, here on the screen, notice that I have 3a plus 5b plus 6a plus 2b plus 2. Well, I can combine all the a's together. 3a plus 6a gives us 9a. I can combine all the b's together. 5b plus 2b equals 7b. There's nothing like 2, so we just bring it down. Okay? Notice that that's a lot simpler than what we originally had. So this allows us to simplify and in many cases solve. Not that I've taught you guys how to solve yet. Yes? Start over? You talking about 5b? Because it can be. Sorry. I'm very tired. As you do work in algebra, things won't be in order all the time. So it's your job to put it in order at the end. So you could go through and do an in-between step of rewriting it. It's just why? Why do extra writing? You know what I mean? When you can just do underlines and boxes and circles. What do you mean? No, that'll happen naturally regardless. Like, that's not a Becca being a pill. That is math just happening. So we're showing you a case that you will likely see something similar to at some point in your math career. All right. Real quick. Notice what I did not do. Yeah, notice I did not do 9 plus 7 plus 2 equals 18. Okay? I can't do that. They're not like terms. You cannot combine unlike terms. What would it be like to? What would I combine it with? That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Let me explain. If there are, let's see here, I can just count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6. 6. There are 6 girls and 4 boys in the room right now, not counting me. Okay? There are 6 girls, 4 boys, and 1 teacher. Do you see how those are all unlike terms? Okay, even though 2 doesn't have a variable, it's an unlike term. It's not like anything else, so it doesn't get combined into anything. If it's not like, we can't combine it. Example 3.6b, make sure you're paying attention. We're on page 125. Guys, I do not have the energy to keep competing with you for attention. Okay? Face the front. Get out a pencil. Let's go. Okay? Stop turning around. Stop talking. Now, we have example 3.6b. We have 8n plus 3n plus 4. Okay, so first things first, which terms are like in this example? 8n and 3n. These two are my like terms. So I'm going to take 8 plus 3, and I get 11. So I'm going to get 11n. Is 4 like anything else? No, so it just gets brought along for the ride. It's the tag-along sibling. Okay? 11n plus 4. All right, make sense? Okay. Yes? Oh, okay. B. We have 4x minus 7y plus 5x minus 6 plus 2y. Again, we're dealing with kind of an artificial situation here, but it would happen like this, where stuff like this just happens. So we stop, we breathe, and we take it one step at a time. What's my first variable that I'm going to deal with? X. So first thing I'm going to do personally is I'm going to go through and circle everything X. I make sure to include the signs in front. Whoops, I missed, but yeah, there you go. I do include the signs in front because, remember, sign numbers, everything matters. Okay? So 4 plus 5 is? 9. Okay, so I have 9x. I can go ahead and finish that off. What's the next variable I need to deal with? Y. First things first, by the way, just mentioning this, you have to go in alphabetical order, okay, for your final answer. So we're going X, Y, and then any constants go at the end. Anything without variables goes at the very end. Okay? So I'm not ignoring that -6. That just doesn't matter yet. Okay? So we're going to deal with Y. Personally, I mix up my symbols. Okay? So I did circles for X. I'm going to do boxes for Y. It doesn't matter if you do exactly that. It matters more that you don't use the same symbol twice in the same problem. Okay? So I have -7 plus 2. I get? Nope. There we go. -5Y. -5. Nope. This isn't multiplication. This is all addition, subtraction. If I were writing plus -5y, yes. But I'm just going to write -5y because it means the same thing. Okay. Then I have one thing left. There's nothing like it, so it just gets brought down. All right. Does that make sense? Great. Let's do some examples. Go to the next page. In your textbooks, we are on page 126. You need to fill this in your textbook as we go through it. At the beginning here, I'm actually not going to have anything on the screen. So at the beginning, number 25, are those like or unlike terms? Like. 26, like or unlike? Unlike. I'm on page 126 as I just announced. Okay, let's listen. All right, 26 is unlike. 27, like or unlike? Unlike. Good. Not all the letters are present in both. 28, like or unlike? Like. Good. 29, like or unlike? They're like. It's the same letters, same exponents. The number in front doesn't matter. 30, like or unlike? Like. Good. 31, like or unlike? Unlike. Good. 32. Unlike. Good. All right. I think we've got that down. Let's start looking at grouping each of these like terms, or combining each group of like terms. All right. So we have 33. Oh, goodness. I always forget to switch the tool. 33. We have 5x plus 6x. We get? Good. 11x. Okay. Make sure you're filling this in your book. We have 2a plus 11a. We get? Good. 35. We have 2 plus 11, that's 13. All right, 35, what do we get? Oh, I should probably write down the problem. 10w minus 3w, and we get? 7w, we're just combining. 36, we have 19k minus 14k, and I get? 5k. 37, whoops, that's the 3, I promise. We have -3p plus 8p, and we get? 5p. Good. Do you guys see why I spent so much time reviewing signed numbers now? Because this. All right. 38. We have -9y plus 2y, and we get? -7y. Good. All right, on to the next page. We are, yeah, let's just go to your next page in your book. I think you guys got that. We're going to move on. I will announce that later. I'll announce that at the end, remind me. All right, 45, we have 3x plus 4y minus 8z plus 7x minus 1. Which are my like terms? 3x and whoops, I should really be circling too. 7x, okay? Make sure you include the sign. The sign is part of it. Okay, we kind of understand that whenever we see minus, it means plus negative, and we stop caring about writing it now. Okay, does that make sense? All right, 46, just to make sure we've got this, we have 2b squared plus 2b plus b squared plus 2. Which terms are like here? Good. Notice we did not circle 2b. Okay? That is not like 2b squared. We circled 2b squared, yes, but not 2b. All right, let's go ahead and simplify number 47. We have 13n plus 6n plus 17p plus 3p. So first of all, which letter do I need to deal with first? N, because it comes first in the alphabet. So I have two terms with n in it. 13n plus 6n is? And then 17p plus 3p is? 20p. There we go. All right, is this making sense? Okay, pretty straightforward. Are there any questions over this? Okay, turn the page. On page 129, because we're going to talk about level up 3.6 here very briefly. Okay? Yeah, this is what I want. Okay, if you're combining like terms, if you're simplifying a problem, and you start out with a negative in front of parentheses, all you have to do is distribute the negative. Okay? So you'll notice they split it up here in a kind of weird way, but that's to show what's happening. We're taking this negative 1, and we're distributing it to each term. So we're taking negative 1 times y, we get negative y. You see here in the third step. Okay? Does that make sense? And then if we take negative 1 times negative 2, we get positive 2, and then we can simplify from there. 3y minus y is 2y plus 2. Does that make sense? Okay, let's look at example 3. The example there. We have 5w minus negative w plus 11. First thing we need to do is we need to distribute that negative. Okay? So we're going to have a negative times negative, which gives me a. So 5w plus w. Negative times a positive is a negative, so negative 11. Does that make sense? Because again, it's an understood 1 in front of those parentheses. Okay? Now we can combine like terms. 5w plus w is?
5w squared.
No, you cannot change exponents over addition. 6w. And not trying to yell at you, I'm just mentioning it. No, you can't do that. Okay, good? Okay, B. We have 6x minus 5 minus 12x minus 8. Okay, so I have a negative in front of parentheses. First step is to distribute that. So negative times a positive is a? Nope. Negative. Signs are different. So negative 12x. Negative times a negative is a? Positive. All right, does everyone see how that's working? Okay? Then we're going to combine like terms. 6x minus 12x. This is going to be the first time I've worded it that way in this class. What do we get? Negative 6x. Good. You have negative 6x. And then you have negative 5 plus 8. We get? Positive 3 is absolutely correct. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? That's the idea of the level up. All right, your homework tonight. Oh, you're getting homework. Like, you had to know that was coming. All right, I got to actually open up my lesson plans because I don't have them printed yet. Like, I knew what we were doing. That was it. It's really not. Okay. So, yeah, you guys are doing page 128. You guys are doing the second half of that homework that was originally started on Friday because we did the first half. Okay? You guys are doing the second half. Because I'm assigning the level up homework, which I don't normally do, I've cut your first part of homework to only the odds. So please see that. Homework 3.6, numbers 29 through 55, odds, and level up, numbers 1 through 6, all. You need to do all the level up ones, okay? It's still on the same concept. Are there any questions over what to expect for your homework? Anything like that? Oh yeah, I need to look at the quiz. Your next quiz is on Wednesday over 3.5 and the beginning of 3.6, so up through what we covered on Friday. Okay? That will be your next quiz on Wednesday. Wednesday will be your next quiz. You also have a quiz on Friday while I'm at it. And you have a test coming next week. Huh? Quiz on Wednesday is over 3.5 to 3.6a. 3.5 to 3.6a. Quiz 12 will be on Friday over 3.6b to 3.7. Friday will be 3.6b to 3.7. So basically starting what we covered today. All right, you'll notice that after 3.7, which we will cover tomorrow, guys, after 3.7, which we will cover tomorrow, you guys have Chapter 3 Review B, followed by a Quarter 1 review, which obviously, yeah, we're a little on the slow side there. Anyway, your test is coming up after that, so I will give you guys more information about that as we go. But obviously, we only have, hold on, I want to make sure that's right before I say it. Yeah, we only have 2 weeks left before Christmas break. So you're going to have a test next week. It'll probably be toward the end of the week. I'll give you guys more information as I know it. I can't hear you. What? Okay. And? That shouldn't affect your testing ability. All right. All right. Distance learners, if you guys have questions, feel free to throw them in chat, but past that, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hello, hello. There we go. Okay, distant learners, we are just studying for our quiz as of now. So make sure you throw your name in the chat so I know you're here. Everyone should be quiet right now. Okay, make sure you throw your name in the chat so I can mark you as present. If you don't, you will be considered absent. Also, we're taking our quiz in about 3 minutes, so then I'll go off the stream. If you have any questions, though, you can still throw it. I'll see it, or you can message me directly. If you don't have the quiz, okay, you need to either text me, email me, or My School Works me right now so I can send it to you. Okay, that will be due today. Okay, make sure you turn that in after you take it. Homework from last week and this week, again, you can either send me pictures with the assignment name or email through text or email, or you can turn it all in on Friday in person. Okay, make sure you turn everything in, stand on top of everything, because if you don't, you will receive a 0 for those assignments you do not turn in on time. Okay, let me know if you guys have any question in the chat or message me, and I will get back to you shortly. Okay, you guys have about 1.5 minutes. Good to see you, John, Jose, Brianna, good to see you guys. Micah, John. Why are we talking? Joey, mask on. Yes, ma'am. No, what happened during each one, because it's going to be matching. So it's to say, this happened, and you'll have to match which crusade with that description. Yep. Destiny. This is from Mrs. Coral's class. Shh, Bella, turn around, be quiet. Yes, these are your essays from English. Eliana. I don't know. Chase, turn around, be quiet. I'm not going to ask again. Huh? These aren't my class. These are English class, it looks like. Ladies. It's all on the hips, huh? Here you go. Good job. Shh. Cody, sit down. No, I know. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying sit down. Here you go, Bella. I won't yell the first day. I'll repeatedly say things, but I won't yell. There's some no-namers, so I need some help. Who wrote about a paper about a tournament won a meet and greet with both teams and a $10,000 check for their team? I don't know. Coach Jones. I don't know. I don't know if this is all one. I think it's Hudson's. Is it 3-page? Is that all his? Oh my goodness. Can you put that back there, dude? That's crazy. Oh, here's the front page. 4 pages. Oh my goodness. I mean, it was an essay. There you go. You should have said book. He wrote a book. Here you go. Tyler. Emily. Natalie. Who wrote? I have 2. Cody. Who wrote about the Princess Diaries? And that is the last one. There you go. Did you draw that, Cody? Did you draw that, or who drew that? It says your name on it. There you go. This. You like traced it? You just drew it from here? Really? You did this? Did he really draw it? Impressive if he drew it. All right, here we go. Okay, for distant learners as well. Shh. We have Jezreel, good to see you. Erica, Mia, Cheyenne, that looks about basically everyone. We're missing Aaron for this class. Hopefully he'll join soon. Okay, if you guys need the quiz, shh. If you guys need the quiz again, let me know. Looks like someone messaged me. Give me a second. Who is this? Okay, again, my phone number is 989-992-3022. Okay, that's the easiest way to communicate and say, hey, Mr. Coral, I need the quiz. Or my email is nickcoral@calvarychristianonline.com. Okay, those are the two things you can use. Let me know if you guys need that. Throw in the chat if you need it. But again, you need to contact me so I may send that to you. We're about to take the quiz. I'll give you guys about 10 minutes to take it. Okay, then we'll be back to start our next chapter of notes. We're just going to do a little bit and then have some homework here shortly. Okay, again, if you don't have it, let me know. I did send it to a few of you last night. So check your emails, check your phones. Make sure you don't have it already. If you don't have it, contact me right now. Again, it is your responsibility to get that. If you don't let me know what to send it to, I can't send it to you, and that will also conclude to a 0 because it's your job to let me know. Okay, here we go. We're going to start this quiz, so let me know if you guys need it, and we're going to begin. Okay, distant learners, right now, I announced it already. We're about 5 minutes left. Okay, we're taking our quiz that is today. If you do not have that quiz and I haven't sent it to you yet, okay, you need to contact me, either text, email, MySchoolWorks, okay, so I can send it to you right now so you can get that done and turned into me, okay? If you have questions, again, you have to contact me. If I don't send it to you because you never reached out and said, hey, Ms. Scroll, here's my email, or here's my phone number so you can send it to me, that is on you, okay? That means you guys didn't do your part as distant learners, okay? And that also will mean you will receive a 0, okay? So communicate with me. Communication is key for this to work. I don't know what you guys are doing, but stop, please. So again, that quiz is right now. We got about 4 minutes left. Okay, we will be back after that to take some notes. John, if you are coming in person tomorrow, yes, you can take it tomorrow. But if you're still distant learning, no, you have to do it today. Put your hands down. I said hands, plural. There you go. Is everyone done? Who is still working? Okay, keep on working if you're still working. Cody, do you have a question? There you go. Quickly. We're going to do bonus soon, so hurry up. All right, John, if you're coming back tomorrow, again, yes, you can. Okay, yes, I do have an apple with me. Okay, remember, no comments in the chat unless it's a question about the class. Okay, there's a bunch of you that I don't have your phone number or email yet. Okay, I can't send you the quiz. I need you to send me your email or text me your phone number. Okay, or else that is on you and you will receive a 0. Okay, if you didn't receive the quiz, so maybe I do have your number or email and I just forgot to send it to you because we have some new distant learners. Okay, you have to tell me. That is your job to tell me that you don't have it. Jose, except for you, you guys are picking up yours in person. Okay, I'll have those for your dad in the front office, yours and your sister's. At the end of the school day, he can pick those up. Yes, sir. No. There's, as of right now, basketball is postponed until after Christmas break.
Wait, why? Because the winter, because of coronavirus.
What's up? Shh. Yes, I got it. Thank you. Okay, for bonus. Okay, distant learners, I'll be back momentarily. welcome back, distant learners. Okay, again, you need to take that quiz. If you did not, okay, make sure you contact me so I can get it to you. Okay, remember I said not to do it in the chat. Contact me directly. Basketball is postponed, yes. Okay. I don't have the quiz. Aaron, let me send it to you real quick. No, you may not, Joey. Shh. Bella, quiet. Yes, ma'am, Emma. Ooh, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Jezreel, I already did. Quiz 11. Just make sure it's sent to me, Jezreel, so I have it. Okay, so if you could resend that. Ladies in the back. The two favorite words I would like to say. It's Aaron. Okay. If you have any other questions, again, it seems like there's a few people that still need to ask me. I sent it to a few people already, so make sure you don't have it. If not, okay, let me know, or else you will receive a 0, so we don't want that. I'll help you guys out as best I can, but you can't just a week or 2 weeks later see you have a 0 and say, hey, Miss Grohl, I never got this quiz. Well, I told you to tell me, and you didn't. It's 2 weeks too late. You receive a 0 again. Okay, so you got to stay on top of it. There is some responsibility when it comes to distant learning. Okay, so make sure you let me know. Give me 1 second. Someone also contact me, distant learning. Put the phone away. Or whatever that sound was. Whatever the sound was. It was not mine. I don't have a ringtone on. Mine will just go ding. So it's definitely someone else's. Because still? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I feel for you. Give me 1 second. Shh. It is not mine. Mine just goes ding. It'll be like ding. And it's off right now. I don't have a phone call. Now it's on, so it'll ding now. It wasn't. It was from back there, guaranteed. Someone probably called. It was a spam. Maybe they ended. All right, shh. I got to send this to a few more people, and then we will begin. Why are we still talking? Okay, let's. that is my laptop. That one actually kind of scared me a little. I didn't jump, but it was like I tensed a little bit. Who is this? Victoria, Bonilla. All right, here we go. Destiny's back. We are going to begin. This chapter is about, we started this chapter already, didn't we? No, we didn't. We already started this chapter some. We did. I'm going to go through some of the notes quickly, but you should already have these either marked. Shh. Hey, no more. We have about 9 minutes left. We're only doing a few things. Okay? You guys, we've already covered about, I think, like 8 or 9 of these notes. Okay, you guys should have marked it in your book or written them down already, so you're going to have to go and fill out those already. But just to review, we did talk about from empire to feudalism. So through this time and age of people using the church, remember, to push their agenda in a sense. Church as the heir to the Roman Empire. Okay, and people within that, we have Gregory the Great we mentioned. Okay, we also talked about some groups of people, the Franks. Okay, remember they were Germanic people from Germany. Okay, at this time. We talked about a ruthless leader, which had the name of what? He's ruthless and crafty. Remember he said he was another guy. What? Clovis. It's correct. Okay, remember he was another person that said, hey, everything we're doing is for God, so I'm conquering for God. I'm doing all this. I'm all about the church. I'm a Christian, but he wasn't really. Okay, he was a ruthless leader. Okay, we talked about those few things. Okay, there was a term. Oops, it's on the board. I'm not going through these all now. Remember, these are things we've already done. Yes. Oh, what did I say? If you wanted the notes to do what? But what did I say to do? I said to open your book, to underline or highlight something. Okay. It's close. It's close. Okay, maybe during study hall, if you need something, we can cover something. Okay, so we talked about okay, again, Franks, German tribes. What did Franks mean? We said Franks means free. Good. Free. We're on page 109 now. Well, actually, 108 still, but we're still just reviewing. This is what happens when we have distant learning with people that probably weren't paying attention.
My internet was lagging so bad.
Okay, we talked about these people. We already covered 11.1. I'm doing a quick review, and then we're starting 11.2 today. Okay, we talked about Clovis. This is 11.1. This is what we already covered. So you guys didn't have notes because no one said, hey, can I have the notes? The few people that did say that, I sent them to you. And so there you go. What did I say if you could not print them? Again, to circle, highlight, underline in your book. But you can... they're pretty close. Okay, we talked about this group of kings that Clovis started, the Merovingian, or Merovingian. It's a hard word. It is a tough word. Okay, but we saw Clovis's kingdom soon covered this area formerly known as Gaul. Guys, no more. Next person talks will receive demerits. No more warning. Ladies in the back, no more warning. Didn't even say what. Yes, you were talking. Specifically, Ariana to Emily. Okay, so this is talking about Clovis. I believe we ended around, we talked about mayors of the palace already. We mentioned Charles Martel. Okay, and the last note I believe we did was the Battle of Tours. Okay, we should be on number 18 today. We only have a few minutes. So again, we're just introducing this next section. Okay, you guys will have homework tonight. Today was more of just kind of a slow day, take our quiz. Okay, I'll go through those notes in our study hall for you guys if you need any. Okay, so that's why we have a study hall, to be able to do things like that. Okay, we talked about how Charles Martel, he was given that last name Martel because it meant hammer. Okay, this is bringing us to this our next group of kings, which will be the Carolingian kings. Another hard name for me to say. Note number 19. Joey, what are you doing? Note number 19. Yeah, number 19. It's because you weren't paying attention in the chat or in the video, right? I said, if you guys wanted notes, you have to tell me, and then I would have sent them to you. Only like 2 people said, hey, can I get the notes, Mr. Coral? Which would be Destiny, and I believe one other person, and Emily. Okay? And then I said, hey, if you don't want the notes, that's okay. Take your book out, follow along with us, and circle or underline these notes. I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were. Okay, but starting with Pepin the Short. No more talking. Pepin the Short. Okay, he was crowned king of the Franks, these people we were talking about, by Bishop Boniface in 751 AD. Okay, this is the successor during this time. Just cross that part out. You don't need to know that. Just cross out the second half. You don't need to know it. Okay, so Pepin felt that since he was doing the job of a king, okay, he should have the title of a king. Okay, remember he was what? Okay, Pepin the Short, we just said he was what? No. He became, what is something that kind of took place of the king we talked about? No. Shh. Joey, what did I say if you talk? That's the merits. I said don't talk again, and you talked again. If it's not pertaining to class, you shouldn't be saying anything. You should be raising your hand anyways. What were the people that were in the place of leadership at this time? Boom. There it is. Mayors of the palace. So at this time, he is the mayor of the palace. Okay? Shh. Cody, that is your warning. You talk again, or laugh again, or make a sound again, you will receive demerits as well. Shh. Would you like more demerits? Would you like more demerits? There you go. So be quiet. Okay, so we see this man, these people leading as if they're a king. Okay, if he's doing the job of the king, he's like, hey, I should just be crowned king. I'm doing all the work that a king does. I should be crowned king. But he needed a basis for this claim. From the earliest times, Nico, control yourself. Jasmine, control yourself and be quiet and stop laughing. Okay, kings have claimed that they ought to be king either because they were gods, lowercase g, or because the gods wanted them to be king. And we've seen that, right? Throughout this time of history, in Egyptian time, at different times, say, hey, this our all-powerful God, remember how we said this? These different gods said, hey, I'm their messenger, I'm their most beloved, I should be king. Remember us talking about this, different empires? Okay, so that's what's happening again, but differently. Okay, he wants to be king, but he has no claim to the throne. He's not by blood. He's not the son of a king, so he can't be king. Okay, so we see this happening with Pepin the Short. Pepin wanted to be able to say that God, capital G, wished him to be king. Okay, he wanted to say that, but everyone would know that that is a lie. Okay, he thought people would believe him if the Pope, as a supposed spokesman for God, agreed. So he thought, if I can get people to believe that God said I should be king, okay, I'll be able to be crowned king. And he thought, if I can get the Pope, right, the leader of the church, supposed to be a man of God at this time, they were not anymore. Remember, they were polluted. Okay, he said, if I can get this man to say, I'm crowned to be king, I can be king. Okay, and this is his false idea. So this is going to lead us to our next man we need to know, Pope Zacharias. Pope Zacharias. Okay, he claimed that it seemed better that he, who has the power, should be, sorry, that is a typo. It'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, should be king rather than who is falsely called so. Okay, that is a quote. Pope Zacharias' claim that it seemed better that he who has the power should be king rather than who is falsely called so. So he's saying, basically, those who have power, right, and we've seen this in history as well, those who have power should rule. Okay, rather than saying those who want it or those who think they should have it. Okay, no, he believed that those who had the power should be the king. Okay, acting for the Pope, the Bishop Boniface crowned Pepin king in 751. So we see Pepin king actually crowned king by Pope Boniface. Okay, but we see the next pope. So we have Pope Zacharias. We have Pope Boniface before him. We have Pope Stephen II, which will be our last note for today. Okay, Pope Stephen II. Okay, he is the pope that crossed the Alps into France to crown Pepin again and threaten excommunication to anyone who might try to overthrow him or his descendants. Okay, so Pepin the Short is doing a lot of work, basically recruiting these different popes, saying, hey, crown me as king, crown me as king. Put the snacks away until I'm done with the notes. Okay, you always say you don't have the notes, but then you're not taking the notes. Okay, so he's basically drafting these popes saying, hey, say I'm king. The more popes, right, the more men of God that say, hey, he's king, and if you don't follow him, we're going to excommunicate you from our kingdom. Okay, so people out of fear, we're going to see this joining of fear or following people out of fear again in this new era. Okay, that is where we're going to stop today for homework. Oh, for homework. Page 113. I don't believe you guys have done this page yet. Could someone check real quick, make sure we didn't do any of this yet? That's what I thought. Okay, you guys are only doing half of it. You're doing 1 through 7 all. Page 113, 1 through 7 all. Distant learners, hopefully you got that as well. All right, Jezreel, if you could either send those again or let me know what email you sent that to, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Homework again is page 113, 1 through 7, all. Yes, ma'am, Emma. No. No, I need the whole thing. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Any other questions? All right, distant learners, let me know if you have a question. Okay, you can do either or, Brianna. You can either send me pictures and I'll grade it from that, or on Friday you can turn in the paper copy of all your homework and everything on this Friday. Whatever works for you, just make sure you're turning it in and let me know. Okay, again, communication is key if you're distant learning for this all to work. Hopefully you guys are doing well. If you have any questions, again, contact me. If you didn't get the quiz and you didn't ask for the quiz, okay, that will be your problem. Okay, that's going to hurt your grade. Make sure you get that from me. Okay, hopefully you guys are doing well. Let me know if you need anything. We'll see you tomorrow.